sideways since it. Oh, I should have took a picture right there.
Buddy, you don't need to tell me about everything you do.
Ask me something.
Look out for snakes. Hey guys, we're just getting set up. We're doing a little bank fishing today on the Missouri River outside Fort Benton, Montana. Water level is really low compared to the last time I was here, so I'm not sure how we'll do today, but last time I was here I caught 7 different species in one day. Really good fishing. Trying to find somewhere to stick my pole holders. It's like concrete everywhere here. Kind of a pain in the butt. How's everybody doing today?
So tiny, I don't know.
Whoa, that's a little gopher skull maybe? Go show the camera. There's a couple of people watching. We found a little skull. My son's here with me today. I think might be a gopher. You can see one little front tooth left.
And I found the rest of his bones.
Alright. That's pretty cool. You should save that.
Picture. Every time I lose it, I can remember it on my tablet. Also, I found the rest of his body.
All right, buddy. How's everybody doing today? Where's everybody from? We're gonna get the first pull on the water here. We're gonna do, we're allowed 6 pulls with 6 hooks each here, so we're probably not gonna use all 6, but we are going to put a few pulls in the water for sure. First one here is a high-low rig. I use this for a lot of different stuff. And it's got some floating corks on it to help keep the lure up off the ground or off the bottom. I think I'm gonna do worms on this one and maybe leeches on the other one. So we'll bait up a couple of fat worms on this guy. And if anybody's in here, can you tell me if my audio's all right? I think my mic's hooked up. Let me know. Alright, one more worm. And there's so many different species in here. Just got here, and yes, you have audio. Thanks, Whiskey Rebel. Welcome to the live. We're just getting set up. We just pulled up here a few minutes ago. It's a spot I like to come outside Fort Benton, Montana. Usually the fishing is pretty good here.
Town got destroyed.
Do you mean?
The country
It's just trash, man.
says city of Roberton, which is dead.
How you doing, Whiskey Rebel? Where are you from? All right, first rig going in the water, high-low rig, 2 worms, a yellow glow floater, and a pink floater. We're gonna toss this one over on this side. Oh, I think I lost part of my worm on that cast. No bueno. All right, let me get a bell. Like I said, the water here is pretty low compared to the last time I was here. I want to say it's down probably, oh, a good 2-3 feet. Can actually see bottom here, and I was not able to before. It's all right. I think we'll still do pretty good, hopefully. Whiskey Rebel says, I'm in PA, big time into walleye and crappie. Right on. Well, walleye, I will, after I get a couple of poles set up, I'm gonna go over to the point over there. Last time I was here, I caught a couple of really nice walleye, a couple of really nice sauger. You can see here, so this is the Missouri River. There's a pretty fast current running on the Missouri River, and this is kind of just a little bay, a little outlet from it. So where that fast current meets the slow, the eddy right there, if you cast right along the line of that, and pretty much any water body, it's good advice. If you can find an area where there's slow current that meets fast current, if you cast right along the border of the two, you can oftentimes pull a lot of predatory species out. The feeder fish tend to stay in the eddy, the lower current, and the faster fish, they know that, so they'll pick them off. They come out of the fast current, they pick them off, and then they go back into the fast current. So we'll go over there in a little bit, and I'll see if I can pull out a couple of walleye for you. There's some big ones in here. Sauger as well as Saugai, which are all of the same family of fish. So you got the walleye, which are the biggest of the bunch. Then you have sauger, which are a little bit smaller, and then you have the hybridized, which are a cross between the sauger and walleye, and they call them saugai. All right, let me get one more pull. I think we're gonna set up. I've also got some cut bait. There's really big catfish, channel cats that come out of here. Last time I caught almost a 15-pounder, and they get much bigger than that as well. Stop picking icky things up out of the dirt, man.
No, this.
Yeah, don't.
On top.
Spend most of my time on lakes, but I've hit rivers too. Yeah, we have a handful of lakes around here that have really nice walleye in them as well. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough time to take the boat out today, so we are doing a little bit of river fishing. This is about an hour from where I live. I slept in today, I didn't mean to. No, you don't. You don't need scissors to open it, man.
How do I open it?
With your fingers, with your teeth, open it. If you really want it, what's inside, open it. All right. Bear with me for a moment, guys. I am going to cut a couple of pieces of bait here off cam to throw on. I want to get a pole in the water soaking for catfish.
You want to do that?
No, thank you, buddy. Like YouTube frowns upon blood and gore, so we'll keep the cutting of the bait off cam. Oh. I will be with you guys momentarily here. So do you guys get pretty big walleye up there in Pennsylvania? I know there's a few water bodies here in Montana that they get quite large. Last year I think a new record was set. Was over 30 pounds. Just a...
Is that a new one?
It's my catfishing pole. Alright, bait cut. Just gonna throw her on the hooks here. Alright, so on this rig, we're using again, it's a high-low rig, but instead of the sinker on the bottom on this one, we run a third hook. Again, I'm allowed 6 pulls, 6 hooks in this particular water body in this fishing region. So we, instead of putting a sinker on the bottom like we normally would, we use a sliding sinker. It's a 2 ounce. Probably don't need it for this part, but that's what's on there, so I'm gonna use it. And we have, as the cut bait, creek chub. These were caught probably about a month ago in Loma, Montana, which is about 15 miles from here. And they seem to work really well for catfish. Simba USA, welcome to the live. Doing well. Just getting set up here. Whiskey Rebel says mostly 16 to 22 inch ones, but there's big ones when you find them. Lake Erie, 3 hours north of me, that produces a ton of them now that they shut down commercial fishing. Okay, yeah, they get much bigger than that here, 30 plus inches. My personal best is about 6.5, 6 3/4 pound, and it was like 27.5 inches. And that's small compared to what you can catch here in a lot of water bodies in Montana. But I'm gonna go ahead and get this out. I'm gonna try and get it in the little patch of current that runs. So I will show you. Ooh, no, don't tangle, dang it. All right. So just to give you guys a view, there's a little bit of a pond here that comes off of the river, and then there's a channel that goes through, and then it reconnects back to the Missouri River over there. I have pretty good luck at this spot casting either right into the channel there, or the flow of free water that goes from that stump over. You can see some brown in the water there, that's some weeds. It gets fairly shallow. It's a little bit deeper on the other side of that, and again, that faster current the channel cats move through. So we're gonna plop this guy over there. Stay out of my casting area, you're gonna get a hook in your face. My son, I gotta remind him of that every time we go out. All right, that should be a good area. I need to get a bigger pole holder set up for this. Damien, hold this pole for a minute. I gotta grab a different pole holder. Just hold on to the pole.
Hang up, bring up all my trash.
Hold it for a minute. You just need to hold it for 30 seconds. Let me get a pole holder in the ground. All right. That's the pole holder. Thank you. All right. Let me get a bell on that guy. That one's gonna be off cam. Oh wow, that's a great spot now that you showed us. The in outflows are great spots. Yeah, they definitely are. There's a lot of fish that come through this area. Last time I had 6 poles set up and it was just utter chaos. Getting it on this pole, I pick up that pole, start reeling it in, 2 poles down, hits. It was just, it's fun when it's like that. It's frustrating though as well. But I was alone. I do have my son today, so hopefully he can assist as necessary. Let me get one more pole holder in the ground. And again, we are just getting set up here. I've been here 15 minutes. 2 poles in the water so far. All right. Next one, I think I'm gonna set up a second catfish rig, because that is really what I'm here for. Like I said, after we get the rest of the poles set up, I'm gonna wander out to that point and we'll see. We'll throw some crankbaits, maybe some jigs, and we'll see if we can get some walleye, some Sauger. There are really, really nice northern pike that come out of this stretch of the river. I also caught my PB, that's what I should actually set up. Caught a PB carp last time while I was here too, 18.5 pounds. Just fat. He's having fun marching back and forth on the teach. Yeah, he can be a really good helper, and sometimes he just does not enjoy helping. He's looking for rocks and treasures. That's his thing. All right, let me get. I'm gonna set up one other cut bait pole, and then we'll do a leech pole. And then we will go see if we can catch some walleye. I was at a really good walleye spot yesterday. I only caught, it was like 6 inches. The guy next to me was fishing with leeches. I didn't have any leeches, and he caught, it had to have been 25, 26 incher, and probably 3 or 4 other ones that were 14 to 15 inch. So he was cleaning up. Unfortunately, I did not have leeches, and he didn't want to share his leeches, of course. So we watched him catch lots of nice walleye. I do have some leeches today, but I don't know if the walleye are going to come into this inlet. I'm sure they probably do. I've usually caught them out in the stream, though. Out in the faster current, or right on the edge of the faster current. All right, so we have creek chub on the other pole. This one I am doing smelt. And it's the same exact setup. It's the high-low rig. We got 3 circle hooks. They're fairly large. I use quite big ones for catfish. These are, oh god, I think 5/0. Oh, so if I can stop swinging it around here. Again, we got 3 of them here, and they're about a foot apart from each other ish. And then we have sliding sinker on the end, and again, it's a 2-ouncer. This one I'm gonna try and get further into the channel over here. So I'll probably move the camera here in a bit so you guys can get a view of all of the poles. I'm gonna wander down here to cast. Be right back. There we go. Perfect. For those of you who were here a few moments ago when I panned the camera over, so I got it right in the mouth of that channel where it starts to get skinny, which is kind of like a funnel for the fish. It forces them into the skinnier part. And I'm just moving this first pole down and moving the new pole into its spot on the holders. And we'll throw a bell on that guy. This gear bill says bump off the bottom. We also use smelt for bait. Yeah, smelt works fairly well. It works well for me when it's fresher. Unfortunately, I have some that's frozen from last year, so it's a bit old. I did catch some stuff on it the last time I was up though, so it's still good. I think the fresher stuff just has more oils in it. I don't know, the fish seem to like the fresh stuff better than the frozen. All right, before I get too much further, I need to set up a battery for the cam for the stream. Take just a moment here. I don't know if y'all have power tools, DeWalt power tools. I have found they sell these converters that you can pop on top of the 4 or 5 amp DeWalt batteries, and you can just run and power phones. And I take them camping all the time, camping and fishing, and they work wonderful. Like this will power my camera for 8-10 hours. There is a hit on our catfish pull already here. Little Jingle. Oh, that'd be lovely if we could get catfish already. He's playing with it. Is he on there? He might be on there. That or I caught some debris floating through. Normally the catfish, they hit pretty hard. This feels like it might be debris. I think I'm actually gonna move this pole holder down this way. See if I can get it in. Problem here is everything is like concrete here. Buddy, you wanna come hold this pole again for a sec?
I'm holding fast right now.
Put it in the truck. Come on, man.
Where? How do you do it?
Oh, there's a hit on the second pole there too. What the heck?
No, I don't know, is that the line on my...
Oh yeah, no. The line's pointed all the way over there. Holy crap, these catfish poles are getting some activity and I'm over here dinking with a pole holder. I forgot my rubber mallet. Normally I bring either a mini sledge or a rubber mallet to pound these damn pole holders into the ground. Oh. Oh.
Trying. So keep it up.
Bear with me for a minute here, guys. Alright, I go. Alrighty. Let's see if we can. Oh! There we go. Is that a fish? Sorry guys, I'll get to the comments here in a second. Every time I set, it's what happened the last time. Every time I set one pole down, another one does something else. It's just hard to keep up with. And I'm trying to move this other pole holder as well. Oh. Oh, there's some softer ground, finally. Okay. All right, I got this one kind of hung up in the trees over here. Give me a sec, guys. This bank is, I hate fishing on bank inclines. Oh, such a pain in the butt. All right. Let's get this camera moved a little bit. Oh wow, we got a whole bunch of people in here now. For crow, catch any yesterday? Yes, just a tiny walleye. That's it. It was like 6 inches. Whiskey Rebel says, rivers, we use pumpkin or black rubber grubs on a jig head. Potomac River. I have caught a handful of walleye jigging. Usually I catch them on crankbaits around here though. Caught more fish and worms in my life than anything else combined. They never fail, but big fish prefer more. Yeah, for crow, the worms is a universal bait. You can catch almost any species off a worm. And there are a handful of species around here like sturgeon. Now that's about all you can catch them off of. They like a nice big fat ball of worms. JW, welcome. How you doing? Sorry, I'm just catching up with comments here, guys. I have guys in our lake with $500 lures not catching anything, and me being simple with a stringer full. Some days it's like that, man. You don't always have to get fancy with fish. You just have to find what they're hungry for. Most consistent bite ratio on worms. I usually always try to have at least one pole in the water with worms, which is what that guy is right there. Beautiful view. Yeah, this is you've never been to Montana, the area around Fort Benton, Loma it's spectacular. I love coming here. The views here are incredible. You got the big canyon. Essentially, the Missouri River has been carving this canyon for God knows how long, maybe millions of years. So you have all these high bluffs around and lots of different trees and big, beautiful open sky. It's gorgeous here. Crow says, never fails either. If you're catching anything, just sink around with something and not pay attention before you know you're chasing your pole into the water. Yeah, I've lost a couple of poles in my time, I won't lie. But I do try to use quality pole holders these days and keep my drag set fairly low. So if anything, they're peeling line out, and hopefully before all my line is gone, I notice that something is trying to steal my pole. Oh, I gotta move this over. We're getting, see, this is the catfish poles over here. And we've had nibbles on both of them so far. And this is little bay, the inlet over here that goes into the skinny section is where I usually catch them when I come here. And there's some big ones. If we get one on the line today, they're normally 10 pounds plus. Biggest one that I caught here was 15.5 pounds. About 15 miles downstream, I've caught bigger ones than that, but this is my favorite spot to catfish when I'm not on the boat. All right, 3 poles in. We need to set up a leech pole. Give me a few minutes here, guys, and we'll get. And if you notice here, a trending theme, we again have a high-low rig. I use it for almost everything. Unless I'm throwing lures, I got a high-low rig on the end of my line in most cases. Lures are jigs. And if you guys don't know what a high-low rig is, it's a steel leader. This is about an 80-pound leader. It's got 2 stainless steel standoffs on it. They're about 2.5 inches. And this just keeps your leaders off of the main line, and then I run anywhere from, a 6-inch to an 18-inch, depending on what I'm fishing for, how I'm fishing. Leader, fluorocarbon. This is 12-pound. Normally I do a little bit heavier than that. 12 is what I had in my bag, though. And then a bait hook, a circle hook, your choice of hook on the end of it. This is something that I don't always run on there. It's a balsa or a wood floating ball. This one's a glow ball. And it keeps, when your rig settles on the ground, normally your bait would fall on the ground. Well, we're not always targeting bottom feeding species, so this floats your lure up off the lake or stream bottom, 6 inches, 12 inch, however long your leader is. And we do the same on the bottom. I like to, add a couple of different colors. Like yesterday, the walleye were keying in on pink. All my hits were off of pink, though they kept stealing my worm off the pink. The day before, when I was rainbow trout fishing from a dock, which I just posted a video if you guys want to check it out, I caught my new PB rainbow trout. But the rainbow, all day long, were hitting off of the yellow. So vary your colors. Usually for me, I don't go a lot of different colors, but I go a dark color or a light color. White and black are some of my most used lures when I throw crankbaits, stuff like that. Yellows, pinks are what I like to use for trout, for salmon. But anyways, we're gonna go ahead and get this one rigged up with leeches. I do have leeches today, so we'll see if they're still keying in on leeches. Granted, this is a different spot than what we were at yesterday. Yesterday we were at Lake Helena. We're about 200 miles from there today. But for those of you who have never used leeches, leeches are a wonderful bait. They're expensive compared to a worm, but they work really, really well. Don't be afraid of the leeches. They stick to you, but it takes them a few minutes to actually work through your skin. They don't actually have like big teeth. It's like a he's stuck on there. It takes them a while to actually get through, and it doesn't really hurt. But with these, you don't. A worm normally you're going to want to go through 1, 2, 3 times, sometimes 4 to get it on there. Leeches, when you use them, find the head, the side that bites stuff. Now he's stuck to himself. And you want to poke it just 1 time. 1 time close to the head. And you let him dangle. And that's it. Don't poke it multiple times. You'll kill him. And then the fish don't seem to bite on him nearly as well. But I hear so many people, especially the girls, or those that, you know, are just kind of weenies. They're afraid of leeches. I don't want to be bit by a leech. You're not going to get bit by a leech. They're not going to hurt you. So we're going to throw this right near the head, and that's it. And then just dangly. So this one I'm just using some junk weights. I find sinkers everywhere I go fishing, and I like to keep them and use them. Free gear, man. Why not? This one we're gonna throw a little shallower over here. Look at this one, pole holder as well. And again, when you guys are using pole holders, try to remember, especially if you're not right in the general vicinity and paying close attention to it, always loosen your drag. Not to where, you know, the current's gonna start peeling line off, but enough that if you get a good sized fish on there, that it can take some line before it yanks your pole and pole holder out of the ground. Poles are expensive. Nobody wants to lose a pole. And when you're fishing, especially catfishing, carp fishing, carp are notorious because they don't mess around. When they grab a hold of your line, they take massive runs. And if you don't have it in a good pole holder with your drag loosened up, you will never see your pole again. Alright, let me check the drag on these guys as well. Alrighty, 4 poles in the water. Hey, would you blow me? Hey, can I see the rod? Well, we got 4 in the water right now. These are both set up with cut bait. The one on the left is, oh, which one is that? I don't know. We got creek chub on one, and what did I say I put on the other one? I don't even remember. Cut bait. They're cut bait poles. Those are for catfish. 2 poles over here. The one with the bell on it is just worms. The one that I have not yet put a bell on that I need to is leeches. And I'm going to, before we get too much further here, I'm going to move this camera holder down so we can get a view of all the poles. Ugh. Bear with me for a minute, guys. I need to find a soft spot here again. Sorry, guys. There we go. Sorry about the noise. I'm just pounding my phone holder into the ground. All right. that a better view, guys? I think that's a little better view. For Crow says, do got to say them takedown rigs 100% help for catfish. Relays a lot of water, temp, and color. What are you talking about? I drank my cookie. Welcome back. You're in yesterday's stream. All right, I'm gonna lower the camera here a little bit. We got a bit of a breeze going here today, and it sways around, and I know that. I've had a few viewers say it makes them nauseous. For Crow, what are you talking? What takedown rigs are you referring to that relays temperature? And oh, good Lord! Orientation locked. Rotate device back. What did I do? There we go. My apologies. I'm fumbling around here. Buddy, can we quit banging on the stuff? What are you doing over there? Is that view alright, guys? Or do you prefer looking more out at the water? Just trying to get my poles all into view here for you. They're set up kind of awkwardly, haphazardly, because I can't find anywhere. This ground is like concrete. Trying to get pole holders pounded in is a pain. All right, one thing I am missing is a carp pole, which I should put in. I caught a chunky carp the last time we were here. Alright, I'm going to get YouTube pulled up on my second device here. Because where you guys are sitting, there's a really big glare. I can't read anything on it. Give me a sec. Anything on it? Give me a sec. There we go. Oh, I lost all the viewers. Everybody left. We got one person hanging out here still, whoever you are. Thanks for hanging. Alright, gonna take a quick smoke break here and then we will get another pole in the water. So we got 4 poles in so far. 2 cut bait poles, 1 leech pole, 1 worm pole. He spent all that time digging for that tiny little pink piece of plastic?
No, it's rubber. I did not dig that out. I was digging out some kind of coin, but oh, that was trash.
No, okay.
And this one I found on the surface. Let's see the camera, the door open. What? Okay, why? I don't know why he's trying to give me a camera shot.
Will you please be quiet?
I gotta read a book.
Alrighty. Alright, let me get a bread ball on this last pull here in the water. And then we'll rig up crankbait and see if we can go catch catch something while we're letting the pole soak. All right, so we're gonna do a bread ball on this last pole. If you guys have watched any of my other videos, I use bread dough for my bread balls, ready to bake pizza dough. Unfortunately, today I don't have our secret sauce, which is the strawberry jello powder. I spilled a soda yesterday in my bucket, and it turned my strawberry jello powder into strawberry jello. And strawberry jello doesn't stay on the hook very well. So we're just gonna take our bread ball, the way oversized hook, but there are big carp in here, so it shouldn't be a bother. Throw it on there, poke her through a couple of times, get some good connect. And then I usually bring it up also and work it around the eye of the hook there. It's just a big glob of bread dough. And I've done really well with this. I haven't tried it without the jello, so we'll see if they still like it when there's no jello powder. I'm gonna get this launched out, kind of by that log over there. Loosen your drag up so that you don't lose your pole. Reel in any slack on the line so you get a nice taut line. You can see your bites. All right. And one more bell. Damien, enough.
How can I do that?
I don't know how, but it looks like at first, I think when we got the bite on the catfish pole, the first one, lifted the dang bait up and carried it further down. Because it looks like it's right. I cast it over there into the channel. It's got a 2-ounce triangle weight on it, so it shouldn't have drifted on its own. Hey, would you blow me? Says, I want to see you catch big fish. Yeah, if we can get something hooked up on either the catfish pole or the carp pole, they'll probably be 10+ pounders. I will go out here shortly onto the pier, the point here, and toss some lures. It's probably crankbaits, and we may be able to get a sizable northern pike or even walleye. I've done well at this spot in the past, though. Again, this is the first time I've been here that the Missouri River's been so low. I don't know why. They must be drawing off of it for irrigation. It's down 2-3 feet since the last time I was here. About, I don't know, it's only been 2-3 weeks. That's 5 poles. You're allowed 6 here. That's one of the reasons I do like to come fish here. Other than the fishing is incredible here normally. You have such a variety of species that are available to catch here, which is unique amongst a lot of the fishing areas here in Montana. Normally you get 2-3 species that you can catch. There are upwards of 10+ species that you can catch right here. Once you get below Moroni Dam, which is 20-30 miles upstream from here, From Maroney Dam down in the Missouri River is just fishing paradise. If you like catfishing, carp fishing, walleye fishing, some of the biggest pike I've ever seen came out of this stretch of the river. Sturgeon fishing, you got pallid sturgeon, shovelnose sturgeon. Tons of different things you can catch here. Smallmouth bass get really large in this area as well. Caught a couple of nice ones here last time I was here. Will a carp bite anything on the surface? I have seen people catch carp with fly rods. It's pretty rare. I do see them quite often though eating bugs off the surface. So I would say yes, they definitely will eat stuff off the surface if you have the right presentation. I'm not a fly fisherman, and the only top water that I normally fish with is, you know, whopper ploppers and things like that. I don't ever really try and do flies or any lures that mimic flies. So normally what I catch carp off of is bread balls or worms. Every once in a while I'll get them off corn as well, but my most hit bait that I put out for carp is bread balls, whether you're literally taking bread, squishing it back into a ball, or like I use, I've switched to fairly recently, is using just bread dough, and they love that stuff. They're weird though. Carp are weird. Some days they like the bread. There are a couple of water bodies that I've fished in that I was seeing carp everywhere and I just couldn't get them to bite. I switched back to worms and they ate worms all day long. They didn't want to touch the bread. But most of the time, oh, if you can probably can't see on the camera right there, a big old snake just crossed the crossed the little inlet or outlet there. I did make a video the last time that I was here. I caught 7 different species in one day. If you guys want to check it out, there's also a couple of shorts from it. We caught 2 bull snakes. There were some kids down fishing down the bank from me. They're like, there's 2 rattlesnakes eating each other. So I ran down there to try and get it on camera, and it wasn't rattlesnakes, it was bull snakes. And after watching them for about 30 seconds, I'm like, all right, they're not eating each other, they're humping. So we caught some snake porn, which is, if you've never seen snakes mating, it's kind of wild. Y'all should check out that short. It was funny. But we did have nibbles on both the catfish pole right after I put them in the water. But they have calmed down. I normally get much, I'm too late in the day for the morning bite. 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. I will usually get a lot of catfish activity. And then again, like 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. So early morning and late evenings are usually the ideal time for catfish around here. Though you will get hits here and there throughout the day. What I expect to catch during the day, carp usually bite all day long. The smallmouth bass will bite all day long. Walleyes tend to be a late night bite. But again, fishing off the point here, I've caught them all day long. They're not too picky. Fish fingers, welcome. We didn't get the boat out today. I slept in too late, so we drove, it's about an hour from where I live, over to Fort Benton area, and this is where I go catfishing and carp fishing. There's tons of different species in here. So we dropped some rods in, and we're gonna see if we have a little bit better luck today. Didn't get skunked yesterday, but a 6-inch walleye hardly counts as a fish in my book, so. And welcome everybody else who's in the live that isn't chatting. Hopefully we can get hooked up on something here in a little bit. A little toasty out today. Mid 80s. It's not too bad. But there's no shade here, so the sun's really beating down. How you doing today, Fishy Fingers? God, I just can't believe how far the water is down from the last time I was here. I know there are lots of historic water permits the farmers are allowed to draw out of the Missouri to irrigate their crops, and that's, I assume, is what's happening. They may have also closed dams. We have 4 or 5 dams within probably a 40-mile, 50-mile radius upstream from here, and they may have closed down flow on the dams as well to increase the water levels in the reservoirs. But it's just surprising out here where the camera was panned earlier. There's a sunken tree, a broke off tree, and it was just sticking out of the water the last time I was here a few weeks ago, and now there's a good 3 feet of it exposed. Oh, and here comes the wind. Well, we got one pole in the water with leeches, 1 pole in the water with worms, 1 pole in the water with bread ball, 2 poles with cut bait. And my last pole, I'm going to throw a crankbait on, and we'll go throw crank off the point here in a little bit. Time is it? 4:05. We'll get another 15 minutes, and then we'll go throw crankbaits. How's everybody's day treating them? And I gotta ask, every time I start a live and y'all are in here watching me, well, why aren't you out fishing? I know sometimes weather, makes it so you can't fish, or just, availability of somewhere to fish. Some of y'all don't live near water, but those of you that do, you're crazy. Get off your couch, get off your chair, go fish. Welcome to the new viewers. We're on the Missouri River outside Fort Benton, Montana. Fishing for catfish, carp, walleye, sauger, northern pike, smallmouth bass. Oh, and there's so many different fish here. Sturgeon come up through here. We're a little late for the sturgeon. We went to Loma downstream from here about 15 miles earlier this year and caught a couple of nice sturgeon. They may still be lingering in the area, so it's a possible catch. But what I'm hoping to catch is some catfish, some carp, possibly some northern pike and walleye. I think I'm gonna pull in this first catfish pull and move it. It seems to have migrated downstream a little bit. In fact, geez, my carp pole did too. Yeah, it seems like with the water level dropping here, the current's a little faster in this little bay. So I might have to throw on some slightly bigger sinkers. Let's get crankbait set up on this last rod here. I might already have one on it. I forget if I took it off or not. Oh, ouch. Oh, treble hooks are gnarly. How many of y'all have ever hooked yourself with a treble hook? Just curious. I fished my whole life up until last year and have been lucky. I never managed to snag myself with a treble hook. Last year, I got snagged twice. Once was my own fault. The second one, I had a really ornery pike on the line in the net that I was trying to get the damn hook out, and he just kept thrashing, and he really got me good. Hooked me right in the web of the hand and tore like a, oh god, it had to have been like an inch long gash in my hand. No, I need you to keep the door open because I'm about to wander over to throw a crankbait, and I need you to keep an eye on the poles.
What? I want to play my game. I don't.
All the time, but never past the barb, says Haywood. You're lucky, man. The one that I did get, I got it jammed into my forearm, casting in the wind. Just a little treble hook, but it. I spent a half an hour trying to get it out. I had my son trying to get it out. I drove all the way home from the fishing spot. My girlfriend trying to get it out. I could not yank it out, and I didn't feel like poking it all the way the rest of the way through. So I ended up taking just a small razor blade and opening up where the hook was in and was able to get it out. Oh, there's some action. That's the worm pole. Got a bit of a nibble on it. Was that just the wind or was that a bite? Oh, I do have a whole glob of weeds on the line here, so I'm gonna bring this one and reset it. Oh god, you got the Loch Ness monster of weeds on here. Sasquatch. Well, y'all ever watch I don't know if y'all are old enough or not. When I was little, He-Man, Masters of the Universe, there was a little action figure that you got with them. Swamp Thing, I think was his name. And if you ever got him wet, which everyone who had one as a kid got it wet because it was like a bathtub toy, but it smelled absolutely horrible. That's what I think of every time I pull one of these in. Ugh. Swamp Thing. Oh, I hate fishing on steep inclines. Bear with me a minute here, guys. We've had such a warm year this year so far. The seaweed growth, weeds, whatever it is. Something I need to learn is how to identify like what this is versus the weeds that I get in all these other water bodies. But the weeds have just grown really, really thick this year. Every water body that I fish in. Weedy, weedy, weedy. And it's not just on the, oh Jesus, now I'm tangling shit up. Here we go. Fun times. Tangly, tangly. What, dude? I hear the drag moving on one of my poles. I think there's weeds on almost all these poles. That's what I was saying. So they're not necessarily weeds on the bottom. They let go of the bottom and then they just float through the water. Tangle up on all your damn lines. Alright, almost untangled. I don't know how the hell I always manage to do that. Alrighty. Worms look good on both of them, so we're going to go ahead and drop it back in. Oh. Toss this one over in the corner here. And then this guy's got big chunk of weeds on it too. Whose pole is that that's moving? Clean this one other line off and then we'll go throw a crankbait. I don't like to let the weeds build up too much on the line, because then you're fighting with them and the fish when you go to reel something in. Sometimes you can just whip the line and cut through them, but these ones aren't degraded enough. It's not cutting. Let's see if I can get these weeds off before I pull the line in so I don't tangle everything up. I'm just off camera here. I'm down at the bank edge, cleaning off the second pole here. The leech pole. Where's my line? Oh, and we just went right over the top of our line. Of course we did. I'm like, where's my line? And I didn't see it anywhere. And I look up and it's right directly above my head. Right over. I just cast this one right over it. There. Alright, so we're going to switch you to this pole holder. And you to this one. There we go. Haywood says, I asked because I used to fly fish. They seemed interested, but never bit. Yeah, Haywood, I've seen it happen. And again, I do see a lot of carp activity, them feeding off the surface. You have to have the right presentation. That's where they always say you gotta match the hatch. So you gotta figure out what the bugs are that are floating on the surface and throw a fly that mimics whatever those are. SoCal Outdoors says, what's happening? Hey, SoCal. We're bank fishing again. I was gonna take the boat out, but I got too late of a start on the day. And it's fairly windy. So we decided to bank fish instead. We're outside Fort Benton, Montana on the Missouri River. And we're trying to we got a couple of catfish poles in the water with cut bait. We have one pole in the water with bread ball for carp. Got one pole in the water with worms, another pole in the water with leeches. And I am about to take you guys down to there's a little peninsula that sticks off here that separates this little bay that we're fishing in from the main flow of the Missouri River. And I'm gonna go throw a crankbait out there a little bit and see if we can pull in a walleye or a pike or a sauger. Goldeye, lots of goldeye here too, which is a very frequent catch. They're annoying. But buddy, I am gonna, oh, which pole was that? Did you guys see? I heard a bell. Which one was it? Y'all see which pole that was? I didn't.
Oh, it's this one, maybe. Casey, it's this one, because this one's going up, down.
No, that's just it swaying in the current. There's weeds on it. When there's a fish on it, Damien, please listen to me. When there's a fish on, it's not going to sway. It's going to bite hard. The pole will go down. That's not a bite. That's seaweed. I just explained that. And they all have 9-year-olds. Do they ever understand anything you tell them? It'll be fun, they said. Have kids, they said. It'll be fun. I'm waiting for the fun part. When's the fun part? All right, Damien, I am going out to that point there. I need you to watch these poles. Are you listening to me?
What?
I'm going out to the point right there. I need you to watch these poles. If you get an actual bite, go out and set the hook. But if it's just bending and going back up, that's the wind and that's the seaweed that's on the lines. Don't be pulling in lines if there's no bite, okay? I'm gonna be over there for just a little bit. Catfishing galore. Hey, catfishing. Where are you at? That's one of the species we're targeting here today. We got channel cats. These two end poles here are cut bait. And there's some big cat in here. But I'm gonna take you guys out to the, oh, forgot my bread bait. Let's get that in the cooler. We're going to take you guys on a little journey over here. What? Yeah, for a little bit. You need to stay where you're at to watch the poles though, buddy. All right, so we're gonna come down to this peninsula over here and fish where the faster current runs into the eddy here and see if we can get some of these more aggressive fish to bite. Walleye, Sauger, Goldeye, Pike, all sorts of stuff in here. I need to be careful because there's also lots of rattlesnakes in here as well. Last time I was here, saw 3 or 4 rattlers, and they unfortunately like this these rocky areas, riprap or whatever they call it, that they set up. They like to sunbathe on the warm rocks. And you can accidentally step right over the dang top of them. That is the last thing I want to do today, is get bit by a rattler. All right, I don't know what kind of view I'm going to be able to give you guys here. I didn't carry the pole holder over. We'll see if we can get you set up here. Some kind of decent view. All right, that's a okay view. Let's throw this guy for a little bit. So we're running today. It's one of my favorite lures. You'll see me throwing these all the time in various different colors. It's a square bill shallow diving crankbait. It's called a Bandit 100. This guy dives down to about 2 to 5 feet. It's got a nice little wiggle to it, a rattle to it. And my most favorite colors that I use anywhere that I'm going after aggressive fish are black or white. Black with red eye or white with red eye. I have various other colors of it, and I rarely catch anything off of them. The black and the white though, I catch stuff almost every time I'm out fishing with them. And I can just make out my poles over there. It's hard to tell if there's bites on them. Hopefully the kiddo's watching them. Man, the weeds already. You can catch the aggressive fish bite off almost anything, it seems. Pike, walleye, they're not super picky, but there are things that they tend to key in on more. Crankbaits for me, I've always had much better luck with those than inline spinners or the 10,000 other variants of lures you could be throwing out there. Just these itty bitty little crankbaits I have really good luck with. And we do have fish surfacing out there, probably goldeye. The current's not nearly as strong as the last time I was here either, which makes sense with the water levels being low. I think they've closed off some of the flow of the dams, I should say. The closest dam upstream from here is the Maroney Dam. Then you got Ryan Dam, Black Eagle Dam, Rainbow Dam, Holter Dam, Hauser Dam. And I have a lot of, there's so many different ways to fish crankbaits. I'm kind of erratic. Yeah, I jerk, I pull, I can give a little pause, I jerk. The more erratic you are with them, in my experience, the aggressive species of fish tend to bite better. You can do just a slow, steady retrieve. You'll still get bites, but I tend not to get nearly as many. I don't know what we're gonna get in here with all these damn weeds though. Definitely should be able to at least catch a goldeye over here. Them things I could throw a rock and probably hit a goldeye in here. They're so common. You're gonna get weeds every cast, it seems. And I'm also running on here, which you don't necessarily have to have for walleye, but because I know there are 20 plus pound pike in here, I'm running a leader. Walleye do have fairly large teeth though. I've gotten unlucky quite a few times when I wasn't using leaders and had them bite through the dang line. Yeah, nothing's gonna bite on that though. I don't think anything eats Swamp Thing. I say that though, and I'm gonna get a freaking wall or a goldeye biting on it. I should have brought my other pole down here. I like my medium light fast action ugly sticks for throwing cranks. Something's a little bit too heavy and too stiff. I already had that one. My ugly sticks in the water though. I need to pick up a couple of more of those. And we'll throw the black one here for a little bit. If we don't get any action on it, I'll go up and switch to a white. White's normally my go-to. I didn't feel like digging in the tackle box. This one was already out. You've been in many of my streams, you'll notice I'm kind of a lazy fisherman. I think we all can be sometimes, but if I can park my truck and fish out of the bed of it, I'll fish out of the bed of it rather than hiking somewhere. If I got a pole handy that's not quite the right pole, but I gotta work to get the other one out, I'll use the one that's not ideal. Same thing goes for lures and baits. I'm just lazy. I'm about to go swap this pole out though. Normally I use this pole for casting much heavier baits. It doesn't do nearly as well with these lighter guys. I think I got 40 or 50 pound test on this instead of the 20 or 30. So it just doesn't cast as far. Oh, that was a bite. We missed it. Hanging over by the log. That's one thing I have not yet done with this lure. So I switched out the split rings on it, which I do on almost every crankbait that I buy, because they always come with crappy little lightweight split rings on it. But I also, on these bandits, I don't like the hooks that they come with. Get a lot of hookups on it, but I lose half the damn fish before I get them to the shore. And I noticed when I switched to a nice quality VMC hook that I had way better landing ratio. It was windy. Oh, good Lord, what was that? Damn bail closed on me. Oh, kiddo just got out of the truck. I think it was the wind jingled one of the bells. He thought he had a bite over there. Man, these weeds are bad today. Wind is about to knock me in the damn water. Not exactly on a flat surface here. Gust picks up. Gonna take me for a swim. I do not want to swim today. Haywood says, I've learned with bass it doesn't really matter if they're hungry. Sometimes you just gotta piss them off. A lot of predatory species are like that. they don't necessarily need to be hungry. If they feel like something's invading their space or just annoying them or just looks curious to them, they're like toddlers. They put stuff in their mouth, they see if it's food, so they'll bite. That's why people ask me, what lure to use, and oftentimes yes, it matters, but what matters more is getting it in front of the fish. Like pike are a great example. I've caught pike off of damn near every type of lure in my tackle box. And even then, I mean, a few, I guess it's a couple of months ago, I caught a pike off of a bread ball. I mean, there's something jumping 2 feet from me over there in the water. Like, it does not need to be, the perfect lure. If you can go somewhere and figure out where the fish are and put something in front of them, you'll get bites. I think this spot is it's just not as great as it was the last time that I was here, because the water level's so much lower. This used to be a swirling eddy right here. It's still got some action in it, and there's still some flow over here. But we're down 3 feet at least in water level. Way, way weedier. Oh, there's a little muskrat next to me. I need to figure out how to do oh God, that's what it is. And that's why this is a pole that I don't have. You'll notice that I don't have a bead on it. That's why I always use the bead. The bead keeps your swivels out of the end of your hook. What just happened there is the little ball from my swivel was in the end of my hook, and I went to cast, and it hung up. That's how you hook yourself. It'll swing around and smack you in the arm, the back of the head. No fun. Yeah, I was saying I need to figure out how to do split cam so I can leave one up on my poles. Take one down here with me. I know you could do it like using OBS Studio, stuff like that, but I don't want to bring a laptop with me fishing. Alright, this is ridiculous. I ain't gonna catch nothing if I got weeds covering my lure the whole time. I might have to change my tactic here. God, it doesn't matter whether I'm casting into the current or into this eddy. Just weeds every time. And I'm nowhere near the bottom. They're just floating weeds. We'll keep at her here for a little bit. I think I'm gonna go switch to a white version of this lure. Another good sized fish that just jumped there. That was a bass. Smallmouth, probably 2-3 pounder. These weeds are driving me nuts. I can just feel them on the line after 2-3 seconds. So basically the whole way back, I'm not gonna get any bites because I got 6 to 12 inches of weeds trailing behind it. What do y'all do to combat weeds? Besides, I guess I could throw, a weedless jig set up. What was that noise? Got some kind of creature lurking behind me. Couple more casts and then I'm gonna go grab my other pole. I don't like this pole nearly as much. Should probably go reset all my other lines too and get the weeds off of them. If I'm getting this many weeds off every cast, those other lines are probably just loaded. One more cast. Put it over by this log. That felt like a bite over there. I'm gonna do one more. That's a different kind of weed. This one's more grassy. Oh, that's more weeds. Weeds, weeds, and more weeds. This is... Should have titled this video Fishing for Vegans. You cut yourself a salad. Alright, we're gonna go back over and swap out my pole because I hate this pole. And I'm gonna reset all these lines for clean the weeds off of them. Let's try and avoid the snakes. Yeah, last time I was here, you can see water levels were up to here. Oh, they're all the way down. And that log that's out there, you could just see the top couple of branches sticking up out of the water. All that gravel that you can see on the bed there was covered. So we've had a dramatic drop in the water level on the Missouri here. Alright, we're gonna get you guys set back up here, plugged in. And clean these poles off. How did I get weeds on the end of the line? How is that even a thing? this current has just taken these lines. It's a much stronger current than the last time I was here. Oh, good God. Yeah, I thought we were going to have some weeds on the line, but this is a bit much. This is not what I meant. That is just ridiculous. I know you guys can't see this, but I've literally got 5 pounds of weeds on the end of this line. I can't even carry it up the bank. Alright, it's gonna take me a few to clean this weedy creature we have on the line off. You can hear me? The ASMR weed ripping. Some itty bitty little fish swimming. What are those? Those are just babies. Those just hatched, wherever the hell they are. I don't know what just got done spawning. There's just thousands of them. Oh, we got some swans in the river here. They look like they're having a little better luck than I am. Oh God, I got a fucking spider hanging from me. Oh Lord. That is the biggest ball of weeds I've ever pulled in. It's like the size of a basketball, literally. All right, I can finally see my sinker. Oh, it's ridiculous. There's my hook. And bread ball is gone. That's interesting. Something ate my bread ball. All right, one pole cleaned. Definitely was not catching anything on that. Let's get the cut these poles cleaned up. Whew. Did I mention I hate fishing on inclines? Anyone still in here? 3 people. Alright, yeah, so I'm just cleaning off my poles here. It's really weedy. And the weeds just piling up on the line, so I'm gonna reset them, get them pulled in, weeds cleaned off, and get them back into a better spot. Let's do this guy. Whoa. Oh, the weeds are so bad. Good God. This one looks just like the last one. Basketball size ball. This thing will put up a better fight than the catfish that I'm going after. Alright, I'm not sure what kind of luck we're going to have at this spot with all these weeds. It has not been like this the previous times that I've been here. I do usually fish here earlier in the year or during the fall though, not dead of summer. I had no idea the weeds were going to be so thick and flowing. Just not used to this. You guys all dealing with huge weed blooms, or is it just me? This is just insane. Not even a third of the way through this damn weed ball. Trying not to grab a hook. So we do have 3 hooks on this rig. Big ol' 5/0 circle hooks. That would not be fun. But I still have not even managed to get half of this off of this line. This is just, I don't know. This spot might be unfishable with all these weeds. That's sad. I'm not ready to give up yet, though. We'll try something else. I might just have to get my lines out of the eddy here where it's swirling, where the weeds are tumbling, and down into this little channel here. But it's going to take me a good while to get all these weeds off all of these lines. This is bad. Who's still in here with me? We got 2 viewers. Somebody talk to me while I de-weed these lines. Welcome to those joining. I am currently off, if you can hear me. I am trying to get some tangled weeds off of these catfish bowls. Got a weed bloom here and there. Just I'm fishing in kind of an eddy, a little off channel from the river, and it just absolutely swamped these lines. I had 20 pounds of weeds stuck on the end of my line. It's so heavy I can't even lift it out of the water. So I'm sitting down at the water's edge, down the embankment, pulling piece by piece all these weeds off the line. Almost done with this. Sounds like somebody's pulling up right behind my truck. Get back up there so see who the hell that is. I don't know, guys. This catfishing spot might be dead for the near future. These lines have been soaking in the water for, I don't know, 2 hours, and we caught 20 pounds of weeds. Every hook, every joint in the line, just a pile, absolute pile of weeds. All right, I need a drink and a cigarette, then we'll move on to the next pole. We still got 3 lines in the water. We could catch something, but I think they're all probably full of weeds like that one was. Damien, chill, buddy. Trying to find my drink. Forgot where I said it. There it is.
Please pick him up.
All right, let's get this next line cleaned off here. Oh, Lord. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, that is... It's literally an 8-foot snake of weeds. That is... Oh, buddy. That's something else right there. Oh, the weed ball is so big. I'll max out my drag just to pull it in. Yeah, I saw this in the water as I was cleaning off the other one and thought it was just a stick or a branch or something that had been collecting weeds, and nope, that's my other fishing pole. Oh, I thought the last one was bad. This one is 5 times worse. wish I knew a quick, easy way to do this. I don't think there is. Maybe I can get it in. I can take off my leader. Yeah, let's try that. Let's get it in. Take off the leader and see if the rest will just slip on off. Yes. Oh no, it's gonna get stuck on my sliding sinker. We'll see. This might work. That was a big fish jumping down there. See, I wonder if I should try and move more just into that channel rather than in this eddy. Sinker off. Maybe all this crap will just slide right off. I know it's wishful thinking, but let's be wishful. Oh, come on, why? There's nothing holding you. Get off. Oh, that sliding sinker end is just enough to hold it all on there. We will temporarily remove that. Aha! Well, now I just got to tie my sliding sinker back up. I know it's a big fish. That was way quicker. I just pounds of just have to, yeah, these other, and then just go wander around this area throwing some lures. There are some big fish surfacing. Rainbow. But they're just channel here. Camera here in just a minute. Got all the weed. My main, I still have 3-hook leader that I'm cleaning it off of. Two of the 3 hooks clean. Got a stick on this one. Normally when I come down here, this spot's not packed, but there's usually at least a few other people here. Alright, the weeds are probably deterring most everybody. Side of the mountain here. What, buddy? What?
Yeah, I think I spotted two of these poles, the red ones with these two I think they caught the same seaweed.
Yeah, well, there's weeds all over all the poles. I know, buddy.
And also, how do you catch seaweed on top of the pole?
That's what I've spent the last half hour doing, is removing weeds from the poles. They're all covered in weeds.
Did they go somewhere else?
I don't know. But I'm cleaning the weeds off right now. I have eyeballs, Damien, I can see. I promise. The hell are they crossed? Oh, these weeds are so bad. Alright, one pole free. Alright, surprisingly the leeches are still there. Alright, I want to cast this pole out for a moment. Oh wait. Deal with the other line. I was down the bank, cleaning the weeds off. Which is where I'm going again. Stay up there. It's too steep, too rocky. I don't want you falling in, buddy. No. Come on, man. talked about this. You're gonna listen the first time, all right? Hey, Whiskey Rebel. No, we had a couple of bites when I first got here on the catfish pulls, but we have spent the last 2 hours cleaning weeds off all the lines. There's just floating weeds everywhere, and they're balling up on every little nook and cranny on all these poles. Every swivel, every hook. It's just insanity. So I have one pole still in the water that's got leeches on it. And I am contemplating whether I want to keep fishing this spot or go downriver a little bit, maybe to the end of the bend here. Because right where I'm fishing is an eddy, and it's just kind of swirling, and I think it's collected a lot of weeds and debris. Unfortunately. Yeah, I know. Normally I don't deal with that. The water level has dropped like 3 feet here. I think they closed one or more of the upstream dams from this spot. So the water level's really low. And I think the current is just picking up, because it's so low, it's picking up all the weeds off the bottom. And again, because I'm fishing in an eddy, it's collecting all of those damn weeds. And they're just, I mean, not just a little bit of weeds. Like the one catfish pole I just cleaned off, it had 30 pounds of weeds on it. I mean, just ridiculous. I ended up cutting the line, letting the weeds slide off, and then tied my swivel back on, because it would have taken an eternity to pick all the weed off. So yeah, really odd for this time of the year, especially at this spot. Normally I can fish this spot this time of year, no problem. So I'm thinking one of two things. I'm either gonna pull in the lines on sinkers that are just collecting weeds and switch to just throwing lures, Or I may go downstream a little bit, or we're not in this eddy, and try our luck there and see if the weeds are any better. Or about 10 miles from here is a bass pond I've been contemplating. I've been wanting to fish it. I've never fished it, but I just don't know. A buddy of mine was saying he thinks that there was a winter kill there, that it might have killed off all the bass. But I know that there's 5 to 7+ pound largemouth that are usually pulled out of there. So that's also a possibility. I'm just taking a few minute break here, trying to decide what I want to do. I hate moving spots because this spot is normally killer for me. I catch all sorts of stuff in this one little hole here. These weeds are just making it next to impossible to fish anything here. Did you try the pint for eyes yet, or did I miss? Point. I did. I went over there for like 10 minutes. I had a hit on one of these lines over here, so I came back. And then I started cleaning all of them off, and that's as far as I've gotten. It took me an hour to clean all the weeds off of 4 poles, 5 poles. But I may head back over to the point there. I think I'm going to take a couple of lures over there. The pole that I was using is not the pole that I normally throw the lighter lures with. So we can do that. I'll leave this one leech pole in over in the spot where I was catching smallies last time. And then I'm going to take my other lighter pole and throw a leader and bring a couple of crankbaits over. Oh, I know the iPhone. I don't know what it is with the autocorrect on the iPhone. Mine does it too. I swear its entire purpose in life is to make me seem as illiterate as possible. Like I'll spell shit perfectly fine, and it's like, no, I think you meant this. And it's like, no, do you even speak English? Because that's not English. So yeah, I hear you. Alright, so I'm getting this rigging off of this line here, and we will throw a leader and a crankbait on the end of it. See if we have any luck off the point. What, buddy? It's 5:48. We got here at 3 o'clock. So we've been here almost 3 hours, buddy. We talked about this, Damien. Stop, man. You're not even fishing. Where does it matter where we're at? I don't know if any of y'all have kids, but Oh man, love them. They drive me crazy. All right, let's take a couple of different options down here. Let's bring my crankbait, and I am also going to grab a chatterbait. In fact, I think I'm going to throw the chatterbait on first. We'll see though. The weeds were pretty bad out there by the channel as well, off the point. So we'll try this for a little bit. If I just pull in weeds constantly, we might have to pull up stake here and hit a different spot. Damien, there's one pole in the water over here. Right there. Will you please watch that bell? Okay?
It's like actually two.
Those other two poles aren't in the water. I took them out because they were just getting full of weeds. All right, so we're going down to the point now. I've been a couple of pelicans over there fishing. I'm gonna go steal their spot. Oh, seriously? Hold on. I took my brain sometimes, guys. I took the leader and the crankbait off the pole that I don't like. Went to my tackle box, grabbed a different crank, and came back and put it back on the same pole that I don't like. So we're gonna try this one more time and get it on the pole that I do like. All right. There we go. Try this one more time. So we're going over to the point over there to throw some lures in the space that separates the eddy here with the main channel of the Missouri. Oh. Beautiful day out. The wind died down. Sun's not too hot. Yeah, you can see the pelicans just chilling over there, picking fish out of the water as they swim by. They got the right idea. Again, they're sitting right where I'm trying to fish, right on the split between the offshoot, the bay here, and the main channel. That's where all the bait fish tend to hang out, so the bigger predatory fish hunt them there. Then we got the main channel of the Missouri over on this side, and you can see current's flowing fairly fast, not nearly as fast as it normally is, but again, they've closed. Upstream we have, it's like 5 or 6 dams, and I think they've closed off a lot of flow from them. All right, try and get you guys set up over here. Fishy fingers, welcome back. We're still at it. I had to pull in most of those other poles. The eddy, there's just weeds galore swirling around in there. And I had like literally 30 pounds of weeds on one of my lines. You're not gonna catch anything like that. So I'm back out to the point here. Currently throwing a chatterbait. We'll see if that'll hook up on something. If not, we'll switch to a crank. And if that doesn't work, we may go hop back into the tackle box and see what else, whether it be an inline spinner, or maybe we could come over here with a Carolina rig or some other kind of weedless setup. Sorry, Pelican. I don't know if you could see that. I about dropped the chatterbait on the Pelican's lap. Is that a weed or a bite? I think it's weeds. I don't feel the chatter or the chatterbait. That's another thing I like about this lighter pole too, is I can feel everything on it. Those heavier poles, the medium heavy and heavy action poles, you can't really feel the action of, unless you're throwing, you know, a giant lure out there, you can't feel the action of the baits, the lures that you're throwing out. Like the chatterbait with this guy, you can feel, you know, just the slight vibration of it. With my crankbaits, you can feel them, you know, the waggle of it, them ticking off the bottom. I much prefer fishing with these lighter rods. I like having the sensation of knowing what my lure is doing out in the water, and you just don't get that with the bigger ones, the heavier ones. God. It's just one cast, and that's what you're bringing back. These weeds are just redonkulous. We'll keep at it for a little bit here, though. I know there's fish in here. They're jumping all over the damn place. We just got to get them to bite on the lure before the weeds clog it up. Kid over there, he's running from frickin' anything with wings that moves. He spazzes about. Butterflies, dragonflies. God forbid it's actually a bee. He's just over there losing his goddamn mind. It's just look at that. Every cast. And the lines that I had in the water over there is like, yeah, you imagine 2 hours of that. And it's just solid. The last pull that I pulled in had an 8-foot snake, literally 8-foot snake of freaking weeds on it. I ended up cutting the swivel off and just sliding them off. Would have taken too long to pick them all off. Oh, I got some bubblies over there. Bubblies are always good. Bubblies usually mean a school of fish, or when I'm pike fishing, oftentimes I'll throw to the bubbles. I don't know what the hell fish do at the bottom of the... Oh, there's a... You probably couldn't see that. There's a fin sticking up right there. That looked like walleye. Yeah, he's right at the surface of the water. I don't know if you guys can see this right here. He's right there. His fin keeps sticking up above the water, right where those bubblies are. I don't know what he's doing at the surface of the water like that. Get these damn weeds off here. I'll throw back to them. Still got the bubblies. I don't see the fin. God, I got weeds on it already. What the hell? Alright, I still see a patch of bubblies, so we're gonna keep throwing right there. We're pulling it right through some fishies. This is my fishing spot now, pelicans. They're so unbothered. They're coming back to steal the fishing hole. There's some big ass birds, man. You'll see those? Yeah, these weeds just, they make it extra difficult to fish. Let's try out into the main channel of the river. See if maybe the weeds aren't so bad out there. There's weeds right there. Felt the chatter stop. Sometimes you can whip it and clear the weeds off. Okay, now I feel the chatter again. So I'm just gonna have to fish like I'm angry, I guess, and yank everything. Oops. This is how people fish for, what is it? Not sturgeon. What are those big bastards? COVID brain. What am I thinking of? I don't know. Never mind. Ignore me. Yeah, got weeds. Damn it. Oh, I'm half tempted to pull off this damn leader. Less spots for weeds to build up, but there's so many toothy creatures in here that about the time I do that, I'm gonna lose not only the fish, but my expensive chatterbait. Whoa, here comes the wind again. Worst kind of bank fishers, pelican. I don't know, I like, especially when I'm out on the boat, I always watch what the birds are doing. They have a knack for finding the schools of fish. I don't know how the hell they do it. But oftentimes if you could follow the birds to where they're all hanging out and diving for fish and drop your line down, you can usually get in on the action. These pelicans definitely know what's up, because again, they're fishing the same little transition area that I always throw. Surprisingly, haven't seen them diving for anything, plucking anything out. Alright, well I thought the chatterbait was going to be slightly less weedy, but we're going to switch back over to the crank. Same as what I was using last time, except for in white. Some days they seem to key in on light colors, others dark colors. So we didn't get any hits on the black earlier, so let's try the white. Weeds, weeds, weeds. Now, we might have to swing over to the bass pond. The weeds like there. There's fish in here. I mean, there's lots of them, and there's lots of fish activity. It's tough catching anything if 2 seconds after you cast, everything's full of weeds. Kills the action on the lures, and fish aren't going after big globs of weeds. And it's at every cast. One on my swivel and one on my crank. Really is disappointing. I'd been saving this spot to bring you guys here because it was a lock for fish. Always catch stuff here. And now I come here, and apparently just too late in the summer. We didn't catch it before the weeds came. All these crankbaits. I don't understand sometimes how these hooks manage. Like hooks to the clip ring that's attaching it, but with not enough slack to get it back out. It's like how did it manage to, how does it get hooked if you can't get it back out? It turns into one of those ring puzzles where you got like 3 rings, and if you twist it just right, you can get one of the rings off. So I feel like I'm always doing, trying to get the hook off the clip. Yeah, I've had about enough of these weeds, guys. This is driving me crazy. I do have, I think I brought it today. I'll have to go look in the truck. Finally got a snake lure, a topwater. I'm curious if I throw it over that cloud of fish there that's bubbling, if one of them will take a poke at it. Ow! Let's go see if I can find my snake lure. And y'all know if walleye will, you ever caught a walleye off a topwater before? I don't think I have. Caught pike off a topwater. I've caught bass off a topwater. A rainbow off a topwater. I don't know if I've ever caught a walleye off a topwater. So I did see over in the channel quite a few good sized walleye surfacing. Wondering if with all these weeds, maybe if we can throw some top water that we can get away with it and not get all tangled up. Whoa. All right, be right back. Damien, chill, buddy. I can hear you from all the way over on the point. Please get your feet off the back of the seat. Oh, I know it's in here somewhere. Where is the snake lure? Here, snaky, snaky.
What?
Keep that out of your mouth, whatever that is. What did I do with it? It's brand new, still in its package. I seem to have misplaced my snake lure. I know it's in here somewhere. Why do you have giant rocks in your pocket, man? Have your feet on the seat, take your shoes off. Have you seen the fish, the snake lure that was back here?
No, I was reading.
Well, I can't find my snake lure. Well, I think before I call it a complete bust at this spot for today, I'm gonna head down to the channel over here and throw a crankbait. See if I can get something on the line. These weeds are just something else here today. Absolutely wrecking the fishing. But before I do that, I'm gonna pack up some of this stuff. Get it out of the way. And then we'll go fish downstream a little bit. How'd you do what?
I just literally tried to use the elevator, then it did not work, and then I used it. So I turned down, so I turned to a ladder so I could climb, but the elevator.
Whiskey Rebel asks how many subs does one need to do live? 50. You gotta have 50, and then it takes 2-3 days after you get your 50 for it to actually process it, for it to enable lives on the account. But then until you have 1,000 subscribers, they limit the number of people that they will allow in the live. Just kind of ridiculous if you ask me. But yeah, so 50 just for basic streaming. Which isn't overly difficult to achieve. I think I got 50 subscribers. It took me about 2 weeks. 2 weeks, and I think I uploaded about 20 shorts, 25 shorts, and maybe 5 videos. But again, I'm a brand new channel. I've been at it for about a month now, a little over a month. And I think I've got just under 100 subscribers at this point. I don't know if you can see this or not. I don't think you were here for yesterday's catch. That was, sorry, glare. That was the walleye catch from yesterday, 6 inches. Just a pathetic little walleye. I was at Lake Helena, outside Helena, Montana. I'd never fished there before. But I've been driving around, I've been trying to find some different places to fish from that I can also stream from. And there's a giant disconnect. All the good fishing spots I know have crappy cell signal. And all the fishing spots that I found that have good signal are crappy fishings. Oh, the struggle. But we're not giving up here just yet. I am going to, again, I'm packing up some stuff and then we're gonna move downstream just a little bit where this water is a little calmer and hopefully the weeds aren't as bad. Though I suspect they're probably gonna be just as bad.
First one was a giraffe.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I'm not playing your game. Alright, we're gonna take you guys downstream a little bit. And the phone holder. God, you can see all the weed and debris floating down here too. I don't think this is gonna be any better. It's just all the same crappy weeds. You can see the muddy bank there. That's how far the water's dropped in the last couple of weeks. I'll give her a shot here for a minute. Ouch. Angle this guy so you can see down here. Alright, I'm gonna head down the embankment here and throw for a few minutes. If it's weeds every cast like on the other spot, we're gonna pick up and we're gonna go to a bass pond that's about 10 miles from here. Oh, we got fish jumping down there. Oh, there's one cast with no weeds. It's a decent sign. Nah, that feels like weeds. There's weeds again. More weeds. I don't think we're gonna get out of the weeds. Whatever they did lowering the water level has just kicked up all these damn weeds off the bottom. Seems like it doesn't matter if I'm going cross current, against the current, with the current, I still get weeds. Oh, fish jumping right in front of me. Do I need to pull out the old whopper plopper? Will that be the saving grace? I just don't know what all these are that are jumping. I don't know. How do I keep getting it hooked like that? How annoying. All right, that's it. Too many weeds. I'm gonna catch the damn thing pulling in Sasquatch every cast. Sister. What's up, map cap? I am not your sister. Just saying. Last I checked, most women don't have beards. True across the board, some women. I, my friend, am not a woman. Alright. We're going back to truck. I'm gonna pack up. I'm gonna swing down to the end of the loop here. I've never actually been to the end of the road over here. And then we're gonna drive to, I think it's called 8 Mile Pond? 10 Mile Pond? I don't know, something Mile Pond. It's just south of Fort Benton. Hopefully it's still got internet connection. but this is just not cutting it. I've spent all day pulling in nothing but weeds, and that's not what I'm fishing for. Well, those wouldn't be baby, Damien, those wouldn't be baby fish. Those are probably tadpoles. They're baby frogs.
Do frogs still live with the tadpole? They're still tadpoles.
No. Tadpoles turn into frogs. They're baby frogs. Let's see what he's talking about. Where do you see them?
It's in the mud.
Yeah, the frogs come and they lay them in.
See right there is little baby fish. I mean, little baby frogs. Tadpoles. Not in a real good spot.
Oh, those are just itty bitty little ones. Yeah, those are tadpoles.
Yeah, but they're not going to survive without water.
Nope.
You gotta help them.
Nope. I'm not picking a bunch of minute little tadpoles out.
Can we just pick up one?
You can pick up one.
I got like an empty bottle.
Well, they need water. Tadpoles stay in water.
So we gotta get a bottle of water.
You have a bottle of water in the truck.
Yeah, but where do you put my water? We use it for my leeches.
I put a little bit of water in the leech cup and then I put it back in your door. It's got. Well, apparently now we're rescuing tadpoles. Mission has changed. They're just itty bitty. I don't even think I've ever seen a tadpole so small before. Why don't you set something down? Set your tablet down, your drink down.
My drink is done.
Well, you go put it back in the truck then. Give me the water bottle. Excuse me. All right, we're gonna attempt to snag a couple of these little tadpoles. All right, I'm gonna set you guys down for a minute while we do Operation Tadpole Rescue. I'm gonna do this without dropping my phone.
Hold it. I'll hold it.
All right, don't drop it. All right, these guys are so small. I don't know how I'm gonna grab them. We might have to. Oop, that ain't gonna work. I'm trying to stick the end of it down into the water. And maybe we can. I don't know how we tell if there's tadpoles in there now. That was kind of a fail. Oh, this water's nasty.
I'm not gonna drink it anymore.
Well, obviously you're not gonna drink it anymore. Phone. You said you would hold it. Now hold it. Yeah, I can't see. We might have some in here. I can't see now. The water's too muddy.
What?
All right. There's at least one tadpole in the muddy water. See if I can grab one more. Maybe.
King some?
Yeah, I think I got a couple in there.
Well, how do you clean this water now?
No idea. All right, well, that's it. We'll throw this in my toolbox, and in fact, I'll go put some more. Give me that phone back. Pick up your tab. No, pick up your tablet. Stay out of the muddy water. Go back to the truck. I'm just gonna go down to the water and put some more water in here. Oh, jeez. So yeah, we're rescuing tadpoles now. All right, we gotta. What the hell is that? Somebody killed a muskrat? We got muskrat. Gross. Dead muskrat. Oh, here's a snakeskin shed. Pretty good sized snake. 2-3 feet. Oh, that's a snakeskin shed. That one's way bigger. Look how fat that is. We get really fat bull snakes and rattlers. Western diamondback. All right, I'm gonna pull in this last line. We're gonna drive down to the end of the road here, poke, and then we're gonna drive over to the bass pond and see if we can maybe get something on the end of the line today. But I don't know if, here, I guess I could set you up here for a moment while I pull in this other line. Well, we must have missed at least one bite because one of our leeches is gone.
No wings. Just looking.
We do still have one leech left on the line. I'll set you guys up on the dash here. I gotta go grab my pole holder. Hello. In the truck. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, will you stop dinging? All right. Like I said, guys, we're gonna drive down to the end of the road here. I think there's a couple other people fishing. I'm gonna ask them to see if they've had any luck, and then we're gonna head over to the bass pond. I need a drink though. What the heck did I do with my apple juice? Dang it. How the hell?
It's been taking like a long day. I don't know why.
Damien, enough. Very bumpy road. When it rains, it gets super ruddy, and people don't think, and they try and go through the muddy. Ooh. They go through straight through the mud, and they just make it even ruddier. Whoa.
Yeah, it's so bumpy.
Very bumpy, I know. Yeah, we could try too, just a bobber and a worm, or bobber and a leech. I think the current still might be too fast for that. One to this spot, take a look.
What was that?
Soda. We've only got one. It might cut out. I apologize if the stream is super laggy. Once we turn around, we should get slightly better service. I don't know if these guys even got a pole in the water. Nah, they ain't even fishing. Oh shit.
Oh!
We got somebody else coming down here. Quit, man. Wonderful one-lane road here. Take a look at that. That's a poop lagoon, a water waste treatment plant. Icky stuff. Looks like some other people are stopping here to fish. Hope they have better luck than we had. Eat your donuts. I don't know what to tell you. Alright, for those of you who have just joined, we are moving spots. That's always a bust. There's just too many weeds in the water. So what you are seeing right now is the outskirts of Fort Benton, Montana. There is a ton of new construction in this area. Building some pretty nice houses over here. Where we are headed right now is about a 10-minute drive down the freeway. Well, I guess wouldn't really call it a freeway, it's a 2-lane highway. But it's a bass pond. So we'll throw a line in there, see if there's some carp in it, and we will throw some lures and see if we can get the bass to bite. Please stop. So we got a few miles down the road here we gotta go to get to the bass pond. I've never fished it before, but there's supposedly some pretty large bass pulled out of it. Hopefully we have cell signal there. So we're just leaving Fort Benton, Montana. This is where we fished for the past few hours. Normally I have really good luck there, but today it was just nothing but weeds. So we're currently located in Shovelnose County, Montana. It's a pretty rural area. There's a few little small towns here. Fort Benton is probably the largest in the county, which is where we just left. And there's Carter, Conrad, a few other places, but we're pretty close to Great Falls. As you see the sign that we're just passing right there, 36 miles to Great Falls, which is a much larger city. But there are absolutely gorgeous views here. Move the camera to the side window here. You can see down there in the valley. Oh, kind of see it now. We'll see it after we get past the bluffs here. You get to see the Missouri River over the millions of years has carved just this beautiful valley. Much of the rest of it is just farm fields, dirt, scrublands. A lot of wheat and barley farming, lots of grains. I think it's mostly what we grow here in Montana. It's a little bit of corn grown, not much. basically all the grains to make beer and alcohols, and all the grains that they feed to the cattle and horses. I do think the majority of what's grown here though is exported. We are down to 1 bar of service, so I apologize if it gets a little choppy, guys. I'm hoping that there's signal at the pond over here. There may not be, though. If not, I appreciate y'all joining for the stream today. A little sad we didn't catch any fish, but that is part of fishing. Some days it gets gunked. We're gonna try and get the skunk out though over at the bass pond. We'll throw out a line for some carp, and then we'll try various different riggings and setups for bass. We'll try SoCal's donkey rig. I may throw a Carolina rig, maybe a wacky rig. See if we can get them to come out and play. Hey, Outfish. We're moving spots. If you can hear me, I'm driving over to a bass pond. We've been at the Missouri River this afternoon, but the weeds are just so bad. That's all I was catching. So we're going to have a little bit of a change of pace and pop over to, I think it's called 8 Mile Springs. Last year they were pulling 7-8 pound bass out of there, which are absolute